almost set up. Almost set up. I hit run. Let's test the chat. Chat. So I'm gonna be reverting it to the previous version because it was better and it didn't really move anywhere from there. So I'm gonna be starting from. Okay. Hopefully it goes better and I get some of it done. I think there's just a little bit of like problems with this that I just want to handle. Darkening it. That's really weird. Feels like dissolve really bugs out the really bugs out. I don't know. When you blur it, it starts being nice again. But put it down. Seems to bug out at certain zooms. Not sure why. What I want to do is just take a back there. Group all this. I want to blend it a little bit more, but I also want to fix parts of the like it's almost as simple as moving the chin up a little bit, tilting the lips. I don't know. That's a difficult face. Hope it gets better. I think tilting the lips helps a little bit. I'm going to be blending in a little bit. Yeah, hopefully hopefully it picks up. See a lot of big artists taking a baseball bat to Notch, the Minecraft creator. I don't know, I just don't like outrage mobs, man. Don't really get the criticisms. They don't seem like very well thought out. My favorite artists right now just called him a bad dude. That's not really it's not really very substantive. I don't know. Kind of a shame. There was a guy that got banned for saying whatever dude. I'm guessing that Notch was reacting to that. Can't really engage with a certain group of people on Twitter. I think that's a problem, not just for the people engaging with those people, but people themselves. I don't think anyone wants to be separate and just kind of in control. Almost like fear, because that just moves you farther and farther away from just any sort of legitimate interaction. You're always stuck in this place of the maximum would be like cold respect. It would never be something like that, because how can you you know, be real with someone who you fear? Just don't think that's possible. And as long as like, for example, if your boss told you a joke, you might feel compelled to laugh at it, even though it wasn't funny. And that's that sort of relationship, except it's not at your place of work. It's it's in like society at large. I don't know. Feels like a bad state of affairs to me. I don't know. Zizek has made very similar commentary on it. I think he's worth listening to on it. I think he's correctly identified not even the problem, more like the it's sort of like a game almost. It's kind of like a mode of interaction. And this is why I think Zizek is pretty based. Because he says the uncomfortable things that I think people need to hear sometimes. I also feel like he's more critical of his own side than anyone else really on his side. Kind of like Hitchens was, a big critic of people on the left. And that's kind of how he earned most of his enemies. I think. whenever I see that type of character, I just think, wow, this person is authentic or legitimate or not a politician, at least. I like people who don't care. That's kind of just like, I like ballsy people, I guess. That's a characteristic that's, you know, should be more lauded. And then there's the opposite of that, where people care, or people are pretending to be ballsy by saying something that's like really obvious, or really in line with the political line of those who surround them and support them. I don't think those people have courage. Like, if I went out and I just said, you know, really banal things like that might win me some sort of points, my team, I wouldn't regard that as courageous. I think acting the opposite way, acting like Zizek, where he says, you know, hey guys, you're on my team, but here's the things that you're doing wrong. Takes much more courage and conviction. All these great things that I value. I guess not everyone values these things. But people just value politicians. People who are, you know, able to just say things that are really obvious. Man, did you know? Love is good, hatred is bad. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, based political man. What do we want to do with this? Oh, shit. Oh, I tapped out. No. Thank you. Oh, Onion? Was it Onion? I almost saw it. Hey, Onion, what's up, dude? This stream fucking sucks ass. Well, add some flavor to it, Onion. Let's get some bands going. Bantered. You ready to get bantered? Unsubscribe. Can't unsubscribe. Or can you? I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing. I've never seen anyone unsubscribe ever. Is this a thing that you could do? Excrement flavor? Yeah, and this guy who's streaming, he just does the same face over and over again. He just never gets it right. Like, what is that? What's up with that, man? I think I'm, like, in making her features more defined, I'm actually ruining her. I'm gonna, like, blur it out. Yeah, dude, it's the weather. Like, yesterday I just vegged out and watched and played video games all day. Literally, like a 24-hour fucking binge. "24-hour binge, dog. That's how you do it." You gotta find motivation. You gotta find motivation within yourself. Do the things you want. Just imagine yourself running in a race. Everyone around you is running, and they never take a break because they're try-hard assholes. And every day that you take a break, these guys are going harder. They're not going the regular speed. They're going like double time. And so it's almost a punishment. You feel your goal getting farther and farther away. That sort of pain gets me motivated. That's a bad analogy for me. I'm not a competitive person and I don't run because of acid reflux. You are a competitive person. You just don't know it yet. Everyone is competitive. That's how you got here. You were the one sperm that outcompeted the others. You did it. That's the competitive nature of your being. Life starts out as a race, and it never stops. It's an ongoing, forever phenomena. Forever. It's just the fastest. But maybe there were others even less competitive. Yeah, but even just deciding to be engaged in the competition means you are competitive by the very nature of being in the competition. There you go. Got him. Non-competitive people just don't compete. You know, they just sit. Dab, 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 dab. You just got 4 dabs. Dabbed. I'm dabbing aggressively at the screen, even though I don't have a webcam on right now. I look funny, so it's probably for the best. I'm a funny looking dude. Cause I'm not competitive. Can't beat that. Cause I'm not not even gonna argue. Haha. Got him. But yeah, everyone is competitive. It's just don't cop out, Onion. Don't cop out, man. You have to go very hard at whatever you're doing. Today's challenges for me is going to be drawing a face. Faces are incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult. Like I'm struggling so hard right now. Because I'm an idiot. I chose to draw this. Rotate a little bit. Could have drawn it a little bit easier. We never choose easy paths, I guess. Yeah, this face is difficult for me. Whenever I get heated, though, what I do is I draw a sphere. A sphere! Because that is the nature of most objects that I can think of. I'll just draw a sphere. I'll try to do it in my mind. I'll try to use that sphere to figure out materials. That's what I always do. When I get stuck, I just draw a sphere. Then I'm like, oh, I did a thing right, so maybe I could do something else right. This would be the table. Here's on. Your lady looks like she has a stub beard action going on. Oh yeah, it's the dissolve. I haven't blurred it out efficiently enough yet. I'm trying to like cut her face in a way that makes her look good, but so far I'm really struggling with it. I think I redrew it all day yesterday. And I didn't figure out what was wrong with it. What I perceived as wrong isn't good. Bad state of affairs. For the artist. Yeah, how's your day going, dude? Other than, you know, being lazy. Don't be lazy. When you have something you have to do, you have to go do it. It's just that simple. Yeah, which is politically okay in 2019. Yeah, how dare you judge her? Maybe she's part of a carnival. Just wanna like I think it's the shape of her head, the skull, that's giving me so many problems. I think it's that, and it's a difficult to kind of see issue, but it's there, and I've been trying to deal with it as effectively as I can. It's gonna be my beach to die on. Oh, you know, I was already pretty active this morning. Went to Microsoft IoT, Internet of Technology workshop. Glad I did. They handed $70 worth of tech for free. Oh, cool. Oh, did you get a like an Arduino or something, or like one of those Raspberry Pis? That's the only thing. Internet of Things. I was close. What is thing if it's not technology? I think it's the hair. Hair giving me the issues, and it's the hair, and it's my darling right here. My floral design that I regard so highly. That's killing me, I think. You always gotta kill your darlings. They're always your weak point. They're always the thing that, you know, like, always is the thing that you're not paying attention to. I got an Arduino kind of do that. Oh, cool. Hey, cool. I got a good guess. But yeah, it's the one thing I could think of that was like $70. Nifty or cool, you know. Yeah, I really like the idea of an Arduino in like video games. Like a small computer that does things for or automates certain tasks for you, and you could do almost anything you want with it. You know, to a point. Yeah, so I think it's the skull. I'm almost certain it's the skull that is giving me like a bad error in my head. Like I'm looking at it and I'm just like, the only thing I see, and I think I see things differently. It's just wrong. That's what I see. Like but stamped all over it. Just, I think someone had a clone stamping tool and just stamped it all over them. Hey, Dr. No Stream, what's up, dude? How's your morning? And they're pretty cool. I got some of my own project in Arduinos and Raspberry Pis. The book cover is for an upcoming book. It's called Smuggler's Luck. It's a pretty nifty space opera. Usually Gunn is in here talking about it, the author. So you can actually talk to him about it. I know only a small amount about it. It seemed like a nifty book if you're into, you know, if you're into science, fantasy, science fiction, those types of books. Yeah, whenever I have a minute to read, I'm just reading other things. So, yeah, it's not for me, but I think it's just a cool little experience. Metal Demon, welcome to the stream. Yeah, guten Tag. Dobry dzień. How's your day going, man? What's up, dude? You drawn? Or nah? I still have no design for her clothing. It's just kind of frilly. I know I want to have some sort of frill and I want it to be girly. That's about all I know that I want. Other than that, there's no design there. I figured I would tackle it after I would tackle the face, because yeah, the face wasn't working out. Yesterday, I think I spent a good 4 hours just doodling and getting nowhere. But today is a brand new day, and hopefully I can chisel out what I think are her problems. I think it's like she has a very powerful jawline right now, and some of these shapes aren't working. But yeah, I will chisel her out. I'm absolutely sure it'll work. It's just gonna take me some time, and I just need to hit those lines. Maybe I was hungover or something, cause I was just screwing up, man. It was not a good day. Some days are like that, you know. You can't hit every ball out of the park. Some days you're just striking out. Hopefully today is not one of those days. You know, probability-wise, you only get one of those like once every week or something. Probably not even that. Just on the basis of, like, you know, rolling a die, you know, 20 times. One of those times it's gonna probably land on a 1. Just after demon. We'll streams. Oh. Sleeping, getting over a cold. Oh, dude, yeah. My wife has some shit like that. She's just walking around and she's just like, man. She sounds like shit. Like, whenever she talks, she sounds deeper than me, and I'm just like, whoa. Whoa, man. You need to relax. Don't they always sound, hey, hey, hey. Yes. My wife has a cute voice usually. But like, but then it's like, when she has a cold, it gets really deep. Cause she used to be a smoker and she kicked the habit. And partly cause, well, I asked her to, but you know, mostly probably for her own good, which is good, I think. Yeah, I'm liking where this phase is going today. I think we'll cap out. Just need to make it. I think it's the lips and the chin. I want to make it more angular and like. Maybe even pick it up a little bit. Maybe give this space a 3D shape. And just keep cutting it. Onion, what are you building? Wet. Excuse me? What language is that? Excuse me? But yeah, we'll be up all day today doing these portraits. I'm gonna try to do a longer day because to make up for the fact that I didn't stream yesterday. Hopefully that doesn't backfire. I'm gonna try to do a longer day. Try to make up some of the lost time, man. Nothing special at the moment. I designed a Raspberry Pi automation system for plant growing cabinet. Oh, that's cool. Like mushroom? Controls for scheduling, watering, lighting. Go. Yeah, I wanted one for there's this thing you have to do to prepare oats or grains for beer production, and it like you have to drop them into this big thing and de-shell them basically. That's what I want for, like, and you can supposedly you can program it for the time and then churning, I think. My friend grows the chips and tomatoes. Yeah, we're big growers too, man. My dad loves his garden. He grows like tomatoes, chilies, assortment of berries. Freaking, he has a grape vine. Like, make bad wine out of it. Yeah, my parents are like agriculturally inclined. We live in the Bronx though, so we don't have a garden. I actually semi-garden myself. I do like shitty gardening. I call it shitty gardening. What I have is like plants that I just like find, like avocado seeds, for instance. Like you ever buy an avocado, you get this big pit in there. You can actually grow those out to be like plants. That's what I do. Right now I'm growing some kind of weird plants I found in Miami. They're just like these weird like things that are floating in the water. I looked them up. They're apparently some kind of like thing that propagates its seeds through like, you know, spreading them out like that. Kind of neat. So I'm just kind of growing them. I don't know if they're good actually. Let me see. I don't really high maintenance it. I just change the water every like week or so. I think these avocados are good. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Hold on. I bought back like 5 or 6 of those like little floaters, and so far it looks like 3 are surviving. Should I have this? Seems it's a design one of those small kitchen gardens, but I don't know about plants. What plants I should grow with it? So it's just gathering dust, basically. You could grow something like basil. Very cool to have, you know, fresh basil for your pasta. Very nice. I have a tiny bench going, small one going through its test cycle. Back when I designed it under the raspberry. Oh, yeah, my parents have a similar thing. Except it doesn't. I don't know if it waters them. It just it has like the lighting component. It's like ultraviolet light too. I don't know why they're doing an ultraviolet or whatever it is. It's like a purple light. I don't know if it gets ultraviolet. It's this purple light. It's supposed to make the plants grow real good. Plants, it's what plants crave. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm not that big into gardening. I don't know that much about it. Thinking like purple light uses only the needed wavelengths, and then the side happens. Gotcha. Yeah, they're growing hard to grow things. Like orchids, whatever that plant is. It's definitely like one of the things. I want to move up his shoulder pad a little bit. So that his neck isn't so large. I've been playing a lot of Rust, man. We're amassing a 14-year-old army to combat the 12-year-olds. Because they're just like, they're these weird squeakers. They just run around the map and they yell, "Ree! Ree!" And they're just very angry kids, angry children. Pretty good at the game. Maybe it's because I'm a boomer. No longer good at video games. I used to be good, but then I took an arrow to the face. Now I'm just like, freaking boomer, man. I'll play games for fun. Not competitive. I say that, but I really want to be competitive. But it's like I'm just displaced from the competition by being so bad. That's what I want to do. I want to compete. I think everyone has like a competitive nature to them. It's just like it's hard. It's hard to accept your own faults. Like I understand it. I'm a boomer, and that means my reflexes are slower now than they used to be. I used to pop these kids like pop pop pop, but now it's just like the boomers will rise, though. We will rise, and we will take over gaming at some point. Sip. But yeah. I always, like, my friend Sean tells me about, like, How he treats these problems of competition. Like, he's just like, well, you know, I just don't care enough, so I'm not gonna spend time on learning this thing. I just don't care enough. So, and if I decide that, then I'm just gonna stop playing the game. And I'm like, no, Sean, you can't do that. You're giving up. You're giving up too easily. The process of learning, you know, as long as you're having fun, it's gonna keep going. So you might as well just enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride, you know? For me, it's always about that anyway. When I get good at something, I just freaking, I drop it usually. That's usually when I get really, really bored. I hope I never get good at art, because I'll just drop it too. Just as soon as I'm good, then it's just gonna be like, ripperoonie, I don't like this anymore. I like being a cog in a bigger machine rather than the tip of the spear. But you're always gonna be under someone, right? You're always gonna be under someone, and it's always gonna, you're always gonna be there. I mean, there's always gonna be one dude that's badder and bigger and badder. And that doesn't mean that you can't compete at your own level and at your own capacity. You're still having, you know what? There's a really good like conversation about this. I think it was the Overwatch team or the Guild Wars team that were talking about, you know, the competitive nature of their game, and they were like, well, you know, the competition happens at all these tiers. These people are still competing just as hard, right? They might be better or worse at the game, but like their effort and their labor is about the same. Like, obviously, you know, this isn't counting like, you know, actual training rounds, you know, where someone's like, yeah, I'm gonna get good at this thing, and what's called. I was just talking about the competitive, like, actioning, like actual matches. So actual matches, like, in that context, the all the tiers are competing, and so the reward has to be basically kind of the same, or at least that's what they were kind of saying. So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how devs think about these things, because they develop the systems that we kind of just have no control over, and then we have to just kind of accept it. I hate games where only meta matters. Yeah, there's always gonna be like a top, top way of doing things. So every game will have a meta, right? It's inescapable. As long as you have a set of things, you will have, you know, you will have a meta. So yeah, where only meta matters, I guess, is where, you know, the rocks meet the road. Or how does that saying go? I don't know that saying, but yeah. So yeah, where only meta, where it's just like you're either playing this or you're not playing the game at all. And so yeah, it gets kind of annoying. I understand that. I understand that pretty well, because I used to play a lot of like games, and it's just like, I kind of just want to play games that are like Counter-Strike, where there's no metagame that, you know, you can you access through you know, some sort of pre-game choices, maybe, I don't know, where everyone is kind of equal. You don't pick like a class, or like, oh, I've invested like 800 hours into this game before I can play competitively. Those kind of games like annoy me. I wanna get in day one, and I wanna be shooting squeaker kids all day. That's kind of like all the games that I've loved allow me to do something like that, where I'm in the game like right away. I don't have to wait an arbitrary amount of time to build up my gear score or some shit like that, where it's just like you're just removed from competition, period. I need to be able to bully some kids. Otherwise, I just don't have fun playing games. It's just how it is, Onion. I can't control it. That's just who I am. So that's why I love a game like Rust. It's by Russians for Russians, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we all have that same mentality about competition. Dark Souls veteran, and I'm the guy who helps out the noobs invaded by bullies like you. But I'm also a noob. You see, who is the greater bully, the veteran or the bully, the bully? I would say that bullying is actually a good, net good, because it allows you to understand what is bad, first of all, and then also it shapes norms for. So it's not bullies that are bad. What I'm saying is the anti-bully is actually the bully, right? So I think anytime there's like top down, yeah, I think that anytime there's top down, like competition, like professionals fighting amateurs, something like that. Teachers starting to beat up some of the kids, a bully hunter, you might call it. A bully hunter. Oh no, I don't know if you're aware of these memes. Actually, name the bully. God, it's so toxic. I can't believe they actually. Oh, why? Sadly, did those guys give bully hunters a bad name? Big success stories of feminism. Didn't it turn out that they were actually perpetrating the act themselves? I always thought that was kind of sad. It's like that's when you know you're wrong, right? You're fighting a windmill that you have to create yourself because you literally can't find it. That's when you know, like when someone does a hoax, that's when you know they have nothing to prove their point. Unless it's like a hoax that you're like, yeah, dude, man, this is amazing that you did this, and it's just bullshit. That's like, and you did it on purpose. Those are the best hoaxes. I love those types of hoaxes. Those are great. It was just bad from the ground up, and then you just doubled down. Rip. It's always like this thing where I feel like people don't understand it's about money. It's all about the money. It's all about the Benjamins. It's not about um ideology in service of what? Fame, money, power. It's never about like an ideal. The ideal is just the kind of the mask that people put on. They're just like, yeah, man, we really care about bullying in games, and so what we did is all these things. It's like, I don't know, maybe I've just become so cynical that I begin to question the motivations of everyone that's trying to do good or pretend to do good around me. But it always seems to turn out that they're just more power hungry people, and so I'm just a cynic, man. There's also troll resistance. You can't beat on this battlefront. Oh god. The troll resistance. We're resisting the trolls. Trolls, they have no right to exist. Trolls aren't people, man. They're trolls. Right? Right, guys? that where we are at this point? Yeah, it's kind of like this. All right, if you can dehumanize a certain person, then it's okay to beat on them. You can do whatever you want. It becomes permissible to just obliterate them. And so it's like it's just a more nuanced form of bullying. Basically, all you have to do before starting to punch someone is say like their political ideology doesn't line up with mine, and so we're just gonna beat the shit out of them. That's just how it's gonna work. And then the rest of society is just like, yeah, I co-sign this. This is great. This is fantastic. We need more people getting beaten down because, reasons. They're bad people, man. Don't you know? Yeah. So anytime someone uses justice or any of these like high ideals to just push their own ideology for the purpose of getting like jobs and shit and like getting further and further in the world, I worry. I worry about it, man. It's like what I want is competition. That's what I want. I want legitimate competition. When someone takes away from that, it's just like, why? Why do we let this happen? Because humans are just competition machines. You can't take a shit without being competitive, man. Gotta go fast. I didn't think that was gonna work. That one. Gotta go fast. But yeah, turn on the music. The music ended. Patrol resistance. But yeah, it's people who claim that their form of bullying that is okay is a problem. Captain Marvel advertised as a feminist story turns out to be just bad writing. Yeah, it's like one of those like jokes where it's like they're like, yeah, women are funny, and then they say Amy Schumer is funny. You gotta pick one. You gotta pick one and stick with it. It's just like, I don't know. I haven't seen the movie, so, but I've seen all this, and I think this is key. Okay, this is how you market nowadays. You piss people off, and you piss off enough people who go around pissing others off, and then it's just like it's like a well-oiled machine of anger, and they're all just propagating your movie, and then just everyone talks about it ad nauseum. There's no way to escape it then. Like, it's all over now. It's all ogre now. I think it's a very effective way of marketing, so much so that like places like BuzzFeed don't need so many workers now because they could just lay them off. Because it doesn't take a genius to like my friend brought up a really good point, and he said that feminists are just used as like as a way of making people angry, and it works. It really works. Like, anytime you want, like, to get a large swath of the population angry, you just attach feminism to it, and it's like, boom, instant frickin', what's it called? Instant marketing campaign, just done in seconds. It shouldn't be this easy. I was going to watch it, but my friend said it was good. So I saw it. It didn't tickle my pickle. Put next to the other Marvel movies. I think most people are watching it just because it's precursor for Endgame. I don't know. I'm proud. I don't know if I'm gonna watch Endgame. Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not super invested in the Infinity War Avengers franchise, so I know a lot of people are, so it's like, so a lot of people are butt mad. So I get it. But yeah, this thing where like writers go on stage and they start attacking the audience. That's done. I feel like that's done for a very specific reason, and they figured out how to anger people in such a way where it's just like, it's so easy. It's so easy to monetize, anger and outrage. And I think we need to step away from this. It looks like Idiocracy, you know that movie? And it's just like people have become so easy to just manipulate. It's like, man, if I just want a lot of people to see a movie, I'm gonna appeal to a certain demographic, and I'm gonna write like, oh yeah, all you guys that are opposing views, you're just dinosaurs stumbling towards a tar pit. It's so sad. It's so sad. And then you get a million people talking about it, and it's just like free publicity forever. And PewDiePie talked about it this morning, I think. Or it's just like, it's so easy. It's so easy to do this now. It's just so easy. And people knee jerk, and they you gotta stay calm and ask, like, what is the benefit? You know, who's benefiting from this? What is going on here? Why are they doing this? Who's putting the pastrami in my salami, you know? And then once you know that, it's like, well, then you can make like an informed decision. But usually it's like, it's just a bad idea to be butt mad on the internet. There's almost no winning. There's no winning. You either voice your displeasure at something and it becomes viral, or you voice your displeasure and you get banned anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So I feel like there has to be like ways you can do this without giving them outrage clicks, like, because that's what places like the Inquirer and all these places have been always founded on, was just this. There's nothing new. It's just incredibly easy now because we're all so much more connected, and you just like, you don't need to be like this large firm. You could just be some shitter on Twitter, you know, and just like yell angrily at people, and then like eventually, like you can actually force tweets now, I think. And like, if you tweet something that someone can like virtue signal about, they'll be like, oh man, yeah, I also think this, and you can get like a big name account to like retweet you. I don't know, man. It's a little disappointing. I specifically don't like being used as a marketing tool. That always angers me, because it feels like it reduces my agency to zero, because it's like, well, we know how you're going to react, so we're just going to do this. And so then I become an unwilling participant in whatever scheme it is that they're trying to push forward. You know, that angers me so much. But does that publicity help with the sales? I think so, because they're what's it called? They published that this mediocre movie supposedly has, like, I think it outsold Black Panther and what's it called? So people engage in like oh, I love this guy. This guy is great.
Like that thing. But I like that thing. I like that thing. What the fuck? I like that thing. You know, there are people who exist that like that thing. We will not be silenced, you fucking son of a bitch! I like that thing. I like that thing. But I do like this thing. I don't like that thing. I don't fuck. That thing fucking sucks. I fucking hate that thing. Oh!
Yeah, basically, yeah. In the form of satire. Yeah. Basically. This guy has some good sketch comedy. I always enjoy his stuff. Always click it, no matter what. It pops up on Twitter for me like all the time because it gets retweeted like crazy. He does good stuff. It's pretty insightful. But yeah, it's a tale as old as time. Outrage and the Beast. It's become this, like, I don't know why it's become this great way of advertising. You wouldn't think that we'd be so susceptible to something like this, where it's just like all you have to do is get something viral, and then it's like, doesn't even matter how, and then it gains so many benefits. So many benefits. I don't know how to punish it either. Like, what exactly are they doing wrong? You know, exploiting human psychology? I don't think we have to punish it. I think we just need people to understand that whenever they feed into this, like, they're hurting their own side. It's better to just, I don't know, better talk about it with like friends or something than, you know, go screeching on the internet. Because people on the internet don't really give a shit about what you have to say. That's like the core tenet, I think, of being on the internet. It's just no one gives a shit. Yeah, sure, of course. Like, these people become hooked on it because of like the feedback loop. Of course, like they just don't recognize it anymore, and that they can kind of become, you know, angry, and they get a they get positive feedback from their brain, and it's just like, and they just keep redoing this process because it's so easy to be mad and then receive a reward, and then they also get other rewards. You know, people see them being mad on the internet, and they're joining in. They're like, yeah, this is great. I love that you're mad. I'm also mad. I am also of this disposition. Yeah, and then you get hooked on it. You get hooked on it, and then it's just like, it's you're not doing anything special. You're not doing anything good, but you're getting, like, your brain is rewarding you for it. You have to be really, like, aware of what sort of reward system you're setting up in your brain. If you set up a really bad reward system that looks like gambling or alcoholism, you set up, and some of these are like more ostracized than others. For some reason, we haven't, like, there hasn't been enough time, I guess. We haven't processed this information. The internet is relatively new. Going around being a douchebag on the internet is rather fun, but if that is all you do, you're gonna it's gonna be just as bad as the gambling and all this other stuff. And you could be like a functional alcoholic just the same way you could be a functional douchebag, I think. But, you know, eventually it's just gonna be like, man, I wasted all this time for what exactly? To market someone else's movie? Like, man, I feel like shit. I feel like, man, I could have spent that time drawing. I could have spent that time just, I don't know, jerking off. Like, there's way better ways to spend your time. There's just way better ways. It's not necessary to do this. Why you have to be mad? It's only internet. Yeah, they would be, for sure. But that is also just the same thing. It's just the same system, right? It's You do a thing and you get a positive feedback from it, and so you keep doing that thing to keep getting that reward. So it's this feedback loop that you keep getting, and it's like the same system. It's the same problem, but at least in this case, you're not ruining your reputation, unless you're Louis C.K. I guess. Wait, hold on. Okay, so there's exceptions to every what's it called, but like in most cases, you know, it's a victimless crime. You're aborting some babies, I guess. I don't know. I think if you take a what's it called, a stringent enough position, masturbation becomes kind of the equivalent of mass genocide, almost. So, gotta be careful with your principles. I think the nose is too big. But yeah, this is basically what they're doing. They're jerking off in public, but they're getting big ups for it. And so, big ups, my dude. I also hate this thing. So yeah, I don't know. So far, the only solution I have is don't engage in public and yell about it with your friends and do Arnold impressions. Arnold, yeah. To the Guardian, social aggression, abuse, and the addict. We need a social media detox. Yeah, I agree with the headline, but they probably mean a certain group of people. Like some people should just get off Twitter because it would be good for them. Like spiritually almost. Like it would be bad for us because we would lose, you know, someone whose thoughts we might value, but like my friend floated the idea that Notch should get off Twitter. And I'm like, well, he has this big reach, you know? And it keeps getting bigger? That's because Jesus Christ is my neighbor? Yeah, so like it's almost like counterintuitive. You have to give up power to achieve spiritual well-being. Because I'm sure that being bombarded like all day, being defamed constantly, all that doesn't make for a good experience, I think. And for some reason, only some people who are super hateful and just engage in harassment, only some people get removed. Some people are just like, okay, you've got a verified tag, so you can call whoever you want, whatever you want. Facebook. All the kids don't use Facebook. I heard they use like TikTok or some shit. But yeah, I feel like I feel like Notch would benefit from just piecing out, being like, nah, I'm good for a little bit, just tweeting about games. It's like this weird sort of soft censorship where it's like the backlash is so bad. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be one of these people. Maybe I'm a coward. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Isn't Snapchat the king? I don't know. I don't know what you Zoomers use. Frickin' Zoomers, man. Polluting my internet. Get off my lawn. I don't use social media though. Waste of time, very little content. Yeah, it is just like kind of like it is a form of just entertainment. You're right. The content is pretty much subpar. Um there's much better ways of, you know, getting content like YouTube. You'd just get more out of it, I feel like. Oh. Don't you want to know what your friends' political opinions are? I have a bunch of friends that tweet politics all day. I don't know. I just scroll past. I don't know. There's no, and they get really like high levels of engagement on like politics, because like that's what you really want. I think that's what Facebook kind of drives you to do, is to get like high engagement. You gotta get them clicks, man. Even if you're not like monetizing, you still want them. You just want to be paid attention to. I think you have a dopamine rush. You have you have incentives set up. You know, you have social benefits to being a certain type of person. We IT people aren't into socializing. Yeah, I have a couple of friends that are, you know, they do things with IT that are pretty important. Pretty important. Well, I don't know. They're just programmers and stuff, so. Stolen valor. Yeah, they're programmers and they cook things, and they have, some of them are very introverted and some of them are pretty extroverted. It's weird. It's weird. It's definitely not a, there's definitely like a stereotype, and it works in a lot of cases, I think. I think it's the business people. You might be right about that. You might be right about that. They're like business IT, so they do IT and but they also handle the business side. Cause, yeah. But there's still like a. I feel like they're less social than. You know, super extroverted people. Programmers, man. I'm gonna bring this line up a little bit. Yeah, I think I need the what's it called, reference for this, because I don't know what I'm doing. This honker. I feel like I want to reduce it in size for sure, but The socials. I know programmers and they are extremely sociable. I think what makes social media sucks for me is the level of narcissism. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all just like me, 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 me. Even when it's like not about you, it's still about you. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to promote a good cause. Look at how virtuous I am. I don't know. I help the poor. Yeah, something like that, exactly. Selflessness for selfishness. I don't know, I'm deeply skeptical of compassion as a Nietzschean. Nietzschean! I don't even know what I am exactly, but I find his arguments compelling, especially in that regard. Especially now. Especially now. I don't know how it was before. But... It's shaping up a little bit. Face is okay, it just needs like a little bit of an adjustment to make it more 3D. And after that, it's gonna be like, gravy. The mindset is annoying. Yeah. There might be a rise in people actually doing good deeds because they think they will be noticed in social media because of it. Yeah, at that point, it's like, even if you question the intent behind the action, like even if it is like just the most selfish person, you know, handing out sandwiches to the homeless for YouTube views, you know, even if they are like monetizing the homeless, at the end of the day, that's a homeless dude that got fed, so kind of good. There has to be like, I don't know, it might be missing something there, like the greater context being that someone who sees like one of those videos is like, oh, okay, so someone helped the homeless, so I don't have to do anything, it's fine. Someone out there on YouTube is saving the homelessness. Not only does it provide non-solution, right? Yeah, it doesn't solve homelessness. It's almost like giving you marijuana for cancer. So you feel good, but the symptomatic treatment actually makes the problem even more dangerous. Sort of, I guess. Well, not cancer because you're gonna die either way, but maybe some other disease which you could cure potentially, maybe. There's been a lot of stories where people are like exercising the cancer away. I don't know if I buy that, but you know, who knows? Who knows, man? Maybe it's one of these wacky treatments works. Whack. I mean, yeah, I think this base is shaping up. There's a little bit more I want to do with it, but always reminds me of the video of the girl saying, "If you're homeless, just buy a house." Yeah, what's the problem? They don't have bread. Well, let them eat cake. You know, it's this Marie Antoinette-esque, like, absolute disjointment from the problem. It's perfect. Work on this ammo flip a little bit. Maybe pop in some a little bit of what's it called? More contours there, so that it looks like there's like shapes. Actually didn't really design this blaster very much. I think I just slapped in a gun and was like, yeah, that's okay for now. Oh, wait. Maybe make it misty. A bit misty. Yeah, how do we unhook people from social media? Kind of a good question. Because it's like... Not much you can do if they don't have better things to do. That's true. That's like the one thing that I keep like coming into is that like not everyone is gonna be like someone who wants to create or wants to what's it called? Because they feel like they're non-competitive, even though they are. They just haven't gotten into their own stride. So I feel like a lot of people aren't doing things because they just feel like they ought not to do them. And it's just so much easier to just complain on social media or something like, hey, Trump's a bad guy. Did you guys know Trump's a bad dude? Haha. Give me the up likes. Give them up likes. Haha. I keep using the the word competitive, not because like, you know, directed at you in any way, but because like it's just such a good freaking word there. Just it encompasses kind of like everything I think about. Like these people should be competing at something, and if you just gave them something like that, oh yeah, leaving Facebook for sure makes you happier, for sure. I only click on it once a day, maybe once a week, maybe even. And I just scroll down a little bit. I never post anything. I haven't posted a single thing for I don't know. Maybe like months. Other than like art, I'll post like my artwork and then I'll just go off. I'll read the comments obviously and respond to them, but like I haven't responded to a single like, hey guys, here's my political opinion why you're wrong about this. It's like it almost kind of reads like one of those like BuzzFeed articles, clickbaits, you know, like you've been eating cereal wrong the whole time. And it's just like, man, it's so disappointing that we have all this technology and the way we choose to use it. It's like write mean things to each other on Twitter. Top 10 things that you can shove in your butthole. Ace journalism. I love how everyone's portraying like this massive firing from places like Vox, BuzzFeed as they're firing journalists. Those people aren't journalists in any sense of the word that matters. Like the things that are different about the word journalism and the thing like blogger or something aren't the things that those people have like in their repertoire. It isn't the activities they engage in, nor is it the style or type of writing that they do. So like those headlines sounds something more like bloggers fired from obviously a bad idea as a what's it called? As a company. What is it? What would you call that? Like a blog? A centralized blog? A centralized blog. The blogosphere. I don't know if the world is just a better place. Yeah, I think we're just getting better at it. I think that the type of writing they just figured out they could program an AI to do it, and it would work because it is so simple. It is so simple to piss people off. It's like the easiest thing in the world. Like to do something that's hard takes effort and like skill, and you gotta you gotta practice it. You gotta be good at it. You gotta like seek knowledge. To piss people off is just like, pissing your fucking fingers as you're taking a leak, dude. It's not the hardest thing in the world. So I feel like AI could easily do the job of these journalists. In fact, you could probably get it to just you don't have to pay people for it. It's like, I don't know. A lot of people just do it for free. I feel like this is not an in-demand skill, nor should it be. And like, there's a good reason that these companies are being removed. Slowly but surely. Very slowly. Too slow for my liking. Keep beat. But it feels like they're being downsized out of existence. Hopefully people wake up and they're just not wake up sheeple. They're not just like so easily manipulated forever. Because that is the goal. That is the goal of this game. There aren't any customers. Maybe you're just selling shit. Yeah, I have that idea all the time, actually. It's getting better, though. I'm getting better. I'm getting better at the art thing. Every time I paint, I get better. And that feeling goes away a little bit by a little bit. But it's tough. It's tough. Like your constant self-doubt and pulling yourself down. Always there. The only reason I don't give in is I see people giving in, and I'm like, no, not me, not me, not today. Selling art is really hard though, and it gets harder the less boobs you or the art has. Got him. Yeah, I find this whole meme of like help the most fortunate kind of like annoying. Yeah, something about that this meme of like the people that have the most also have like extra ways of getting even more. Like all I'm saying is that, people should rely on the quality of their work rather than hashtags get ahead, maybe. Or that should be the status quo, but it isn't. It really isn't. That's an odd claim. Hey man, I've got genitals. Like my art. I don't know. I think that's a bad way of doing it. I don't think you should ever just because of something that's in between someone's legs, like their work, patronize them for. Well, just think that's a bad state of affairs. And some people are really pushing it. I don't know why. Like they have this weird notion in their heads, like that guy that's like, oh man, people are so mad that women are becoming like equal human beings. It's like what are we talking about here? Where aren't they equal exactly? What? I don't understand. It's just weird. It's really weird to like. There's a couple of women that did this podcast called One Fantastic Week. They were just like artists that I look up to, and then you know um one of them I really enjoy her work, and then they were just like, man, it's so hard, it's so difficult being at the top of the game. Like, come on, dude. It's like watching millionaires complain about shit. It's just like, what? Something just like they have the right to complain, but it's like, man, this ain't it, chief. Suffering from success, man. I'm so successful. Oh, it's just so sad. It's just so sad that I'm so successful, man. It's so hard. So hard. I don't know. It's just like when I see people who've made it, who are successful on merit, go out there and be like, man, it's so hard being me because of my genitals. It's sad. Really sad. Especially since they're literally on top of the game. I make Marvel movies. Man, it's so hard being me. It's like, come on. Come on, dude. Come on, ma'am. Yeah, I don't know. It's like one of those the rich getting richer moments for me. Like, I'm not a commie or anything, but like, I don't like systems that are just like super unfair and also like kind of perpetuate their unfairness. And like once you get to the top, you could play the victim too. It's like, come on, dude. You can't be the bully and the bullied at the same time. The bully hunter and the bullied. Now, unless you are one of those bully hunters, because like apparently they were really shit at the game, too, CS:GO. So they got ripped. Unless it was like, one of their plants, and then they won. I'm an amateur. Yeah, sort of same. And get. His eyes were supposed to be. I'm gonna look up in my design document in a second. But yeah, it's all about them jobs, man. You can never relax once you're at the top. It looks like, from where I'm standing, it looks like even though they're at the top, they cannot relax their buttholes. They have to relentlessly pursue what's it called, career. Just like in any way possible, like I don't know. People evolve to act like human beings. Oh, they ought be better to one another. The civilized man only assaults those that are deemed assaultable by society. Most banter's like this really boring because there's no end to it and nothing comes out of it. Well, I think a lot of it comes out of it, man. There's a whole set of professions out there now, like senior diversity officer. You ever need a job for your retard cousin? You don't know how to fit him into the company? Well, now he performs a very reasonable and important duty. Senior Justice Officer. What does that mean? Justice for what exactly? What is justice? Who's justice? Work where a job where too many people's job basically making other people work harder. Oh, like managers? Yeah, those guys. Yeah. Motivators. That's motivational speakers. You need to fill your spreadsheet sheet to 3-4 different places because one guy uses this and the other uses that, but they cannot seem use the same system because that would be convenient. Yeah. Oh, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah. Don't worry, Onion. When you're the boss, you can just fire him. You could cite that as the reason for firing. Inability to use both parts of the spreadsheet. I don't know if I want to aim at my own career anymore or just aim to fix this single problem. You could be revolutionizing your your company's like infrastructure or something. I feel like you're gonna be the one to do it. Implemented system which allows this one person to view a spreadsheet in a separate way. You need a what's it called? You need to use your Arduino to fill out the spreadsheet in the other ways. If I was the boss man, I would just hire 2 programmers to do the integrations between all the system people use just because they are old. Or redo it from the ground up. You're very ambitious. Did you know that? You look for good solutions. Old problems. Seems like the definition of vicious man. I want people to do it my way. You know? I think it's a necessary good. Wanting to convert people to the right way of thinking. Prize Gun hasn't come in today. Probably busy. Yeah, he's been sitting in on a lot of streams. I don't expect them to be here every day. But, yeah, it's just kind of weird. Old workers who are so tied to their old ways slow down the development of companies. And the old people, we're just gonna kill them. We're just gonna kill them. Have you seen Sam Hyde's Paradigm Shift? Like my favorite yeah, I think you're gonna like it. It's a TED Talk that one of my favorite comedians alive right now is given, and it's just like TED Talks if they weren't about belating investors, educators belating investors. So I really loved it. I recommend. Yeah, when you have a minute. It's like a 40-minute talk though, so I don't know. I don't know if you want to do that. Eventually though, it's just like it's a work of art. I would describe it that way. Work of art. Just I really love his work because he just goes into crowds of people and he just fucks with the audience for like hours. Yeah, for sure, for sure. We're gonna have state enforced homosexuality. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. His suggestions are amazing. His show was taken away because like he had a big show on Adult Swim, but the comedy was apparently too edgy, even though it really wasn't all that edgy. It was just them. It was like a comedy group. Or was it just him rather? Still makes content on YouTube, and he has a really big audience. Stop watching me and go draw. Get to go draw. Make some work. My friend has the same problem. Like, I'll start a call with him, and I'm like, "You drawing something?" He's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Yeah, boy, get them Arnolds, some shit." And he's like, "Okay, let's talk about stuff." And I'm like, "All right." And then 3 hours later, I'm like, "How's the Arnold going?" He's like, "I've been talking this whole time. It's been talking this whole time." Gotta get that bread, boy. This eye is just too small. Let me merge up. This is my backup, right? Yeah. There's only something wrong there. Too big. Maybe I'll start tracing and photo bashing for more results. Yeah, sure, why not? If you can do it, do it. There's no rules. There's no rules to art. No rules. No one's behind you telling you you can or can't do something. You have to do what works though. That's the big thing. Works in the sense that it is accomplishing the goal that you've set up for yourself. So if you say, hey, I want to do art that kind of looks like, you know, naturalistic paintings, you've just set up a rule. You know, that's what you've done there. And so if you say I want to do that and then you go to 3D, you're gonna have a real hard time to get to the end of that goal. It's just not. It's not gonna work. You're gonna have to like double back there a bit, or if you photo bash, it's gonna be a lot of difficulty. I think this looks kind of professional. So yeah, it depends on what your goal is and what you're doing, but like not all solutions fix all problems. You know, like you can't use the same solution for a totally different problem. It's not gonna work. You're learning how to draw and paint. Don't take shortcuts. Yeah, I think so. I use it to speed up a little bit and to like you can learn a lot from photo bashing. You can learn more about texture and natural light than than just observing faster, I believe, because you force yourself to match the so it might not look quite painted, but yeah, it's like an effective learning tool. So it's just learning what, that's always kind of the question. What am I learning? You're always learning something, right? There's no period where you're just like not learning anything. Always your brain is always like kind of on a warpath. Give me that knowledge. Give me that knowledge. It's good. I think the most learned was when I painted over pictures to change small details about them, mimicking the style of the original. I mean, that's anything could be a good way of learning. Like, there's no one way. That's another thing. Like, everyone kind of learns differently. That's another big problem. There's no surefire way. Kind of get your brain to just do the things that you want. Yeah, you could do what other people have done and then get nothing from it, to be honest. Like, but sometimes you do get a lot. Like Brad Rigney suggested painting with photos inside. And I've actually I've learned a lot from him because I think we're a little bit similar in like the non-important parts. More like thinking pattern, not. Let's go. He also is more like a person who deflates in concepts, but in a very like intuitive way. So it doesn't sound like verbose, but he's doing it. honestly don't know what I want from art except the skill to put my ideas on paper and those ideas shift in style process. So what I fear is that I'm learning with too vague a scope because I don't know exactly what I want to learn. So I might go back to studies and statue, what anatomy is over good. Yeah, you do need to have a focus. It doesn't have to be like, you know, autistically clear. It can be vague. I think that's fine. But studies are always good, let's say. You're always learning something from studies, as long as you're not sleeping through it. Because you can study and not get anything from that. Like there's a whole, like what you want to be doing is something that's difficult and engaging, not something that's mechanical. What you want to be doing is something that you find difficult, because that'll engage you in the process, and then you won't have to think, how do I engage myself in this process and like learn. It's like you're already gonna be engaged in it. So find something that's difficult for you, something you find very difficult. It does have to be like a very, very articulated, very clear set of like what's it called. And if you found something that's that you think you've got down, just up the bar of what you're doing. Like say you somehow figured out how to draw a single pose in anatomy just perfectly, absolutely perfectly, there's no question about it. What you have to do then is to draw all the other poses, not draw the one that you're good at. Or, you know, like if you're good at rendering, then you have to up the game to rendering some. You have to constantly be managing targets. You have to be managing them up. If you're good at one thing, you have to manage up to something else that you're not good at. Just constant. I had a lot of fun doing studies, but now that I've tried to do my own things that I like, I just don't have the drive for it. Well, some people like to do studies because of the recognition they get. It's called study sickness in the community. And so you want to avoid that, and that might be what's happening here. But you don't necessarily have to share it. It's kind of like the recognition from within is also a part of that. Like, hey, look, I did this thing that's really good. No one can doubt that I can do great art now because I copied this thing. Like, it can come from within easily. Like, there's no, like, your voice might be even more important. It makes you feel good. Like, I think I described what I do, the sphere. I just paint a sphere in my mind. And I just use that as, like, motivation. So, my thing would be, your stuff is always going to be harder to do. Because it's the most disjointed from reality. Probably. And so what I would suggest doing it is, using a lot of reference, of course, trying to make your vision, kind of coherent with what is actually going on, because most probably, the reason why you don't like the stuff you make is that it's so far away from reality. And so when you have a clear picture of like something to study, something to copy. You know, it's easy to match. You know, you're just drawing the things that are in front of you. But when it's something that doesn't exist, you have to do a lot more. And so, yeah, it's a much more difficult challenge. Of course, there's going to be a lot of dissatisfaction whenever doing something difficult, as opposed to doing something that's easy. Like, that's just, you don't have to share your work as long as you're getting, like, it feels like you're getting, like, experience, and you feel, why do we practice, guitar? Like, why do we do that, like, alone? You're not playing to a concert. You get better and you just feel better about it. So my thing would be to, yeah, try to use the concepts you learn in study. And if you can't pull those concepts out, that means you haven't learned them. That's the verdict of the story. So that's another problem with studying, is that you might get good at copying something, but you're not actually good at you didn't understand the concept that you're trying to understand. Relatable. It's gonna happen. There's no way to just like always understand things. It's not always gonna be like, oh yeah, just get everything. And if you think that way, then I don't know. You're probably wrong. Just don't know it. So yeah, my advice too would be to try to pull out the concepts that you gain by studying right away. So this is called doing an applied study. So it's taking the concept that you've learned and right away turning it into something else. Like I studied how to draw feet for an hour. Now I'm gonna draw a girl with really nice feet, and if I don't pull out that concept, then I've learned nothing. And you have to like give yourself that room to fail, and you have to give yourself that test, because if you don't, then you're just going to solidify in your mind that you've learned a concept that you haven't learned. And it's kind of the worst thing you can do, because it's not the absence of knowledge that is the most deadly. It's the presence of false knowledge. So if you think you can drive a car, and versus someone who doesn't, who thinks they can't drive a car, and you can't actually drive a car in actuality, you're gonna have a much worse time than the dude that that doesn't think that he can drive a car at all. And this is just a kind of a basic truth. And I know about that, Chief. Fail faster. It's difficult. It's a difficult question. I would say that people have their blind spots, and most likely they are the worst at judging their own weaknesses. If you could do that, you could improve exponentially every time. Because if you know what the problem is, you can find a solution eventually. But if you can't put your finger on the problem, that's when that's the real problem. Or if you're putting your finger on the wrong problem, could also be it. Yeah, my suggestion is applied studies. I don't know. That's a big boy assignment though. I don't know if you're up to it, dog. You can look up Shadi Safadi's guide to applied studies. But yeah, unless you're... Yeah, I don't think I've ever like looked at anyone who does crazy studies and thought, hey, I want to be like that guy. I just want to do crazy studies, man. I mean, Rungia's what's it called? Maybe Rungia's anatomy, one thing. What do you call that one? Anatomy practice in oils. Yeah, that maybe. But yeah, his control of concepts is like, what's it called? Yeah, to do like just the observational stuff seems incredibly boring to me. I think me personally, the reason I want to be good at art is to create stuff that isn't observational purely, because I find it non-creative or not as creative. That's that's me. I don't know. Everyone's got kind of different ideas. I just gave you mine for context. If you're looking for a focus, then focus on form. Look at how other artists depict form. Look at things around you and see how form works. Yeah, form is incredibly important. I feel like most people don't put enough stock and understanding into form. I call it 3D forms, but like 3D shape, whatever, usually, but you can call it anything you like. Call it rendering. Making 2D into 3D. Appear as 3D, rather. Hard truths are painful to swallow. I feel like I could tell you that, man, just keep doing whatever it is you're doing, and just be you. You do you, man. Just, yeah, man. It's all about just like, but yeah, if you want an honest opinion, it sounds something like you have to do the things that you're bad at in order to succeed. Let go? Let it go? What's that? If you're study, oh well, yeah, you have to be like, you have to be willing to sacrifice pieces, like, and you have to be willing to take break stuff. That's very true. There's no, yeah, there's no one holding a gun to your head saying that you have this now. Getting too attached to the piece is usually the downfall. You have to constantly like adapt and experiment. It's basically true. Basically the get out of your comfort zone. Feel. But yeah, there's people out there that'll just make you feel good about boiling in the pot. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to get you out of the pot. You know? I had to take a 6-month break because of school. I get back, a couple pieces in, really nice, hard, fun again, then do the same thing and suddenly nothing works anymore. Out of ideas, don't know what I want to do. You have to kind of come to terms with failure, because I think the easiest way to come to terms with failure is to do it for a very long time. I don't think there's a shortcut coming to terms with failure, because like once you have a set of like a win-loss sheet, and then you have like all these instances where you can say like, oh, looking back at these thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of paintings, yeah, there was, you know, a couple of failures here and there, but they're just kind of inevitable. Sometimes you get a shriek, you know, and you just have to understand that in the greater context, it's gonna be tiny compared to what you're doing, because it's a numbers game basically. Just got to keep going. Stay till the end. It's like giving up while playing Magic. Like before getting to the end of the game, you have to play till the end because you never know what you're gonna. You never know, because like I've pulled out victories from like 1 health point. So you gotta stick it out. You gotta go all the way to the end. All the way to the end. Do my best work when someone asked me to do something. I took almost a year break because I was too disappointed with myself. But if I have an idea of my own, I put it in paper, and then when it's on the paper enough that I share my idea, then it's done even halfway. Really made progress. Moved out of my home. Nice. For the rest. Well, I think what you could do is start with a heavy ref process maybe. So you have your own idea or concept, and you need like as many things, like you can use 3D, you can use photos, whatever, the base, and then just go from there. Keep going and see what you can develop. And like whenever you feel like you're failing, maybe step back, take an hour break, and go back to it, because that happens. Like you can get into like a bad what's it called? And you get into a bad mood. Like I got into one like 2 days ago, and then but I know that eventually I'm going to get out of the bad mood, and so being able to push through is very important. I think being able to carry forward, keep calm, and carry on. Your work is always going to look worse than studies for a very long time. Like unless you're smart enough and you're using references very heavily, and then learning those concepts, because when you use reference you learn, and so you gotta just keep going, and it's always going to be, you know, all the way to the top, because as soon as you get better at something, you're gonna want more, and nothing is ever gonna be enough. It's just gonna be like you're just gonna keep climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing, and it's just endless. It's an endless hill, or at least I don't see the top of it. So you just gotta keep going. You just gotta keep going, because like a lot of artists have that, have a better than a study look. Like that's achievable. That's totally doable. You can do it. But to do that, you're gonna need to put in the hard work. You're gonna have to do all those studies, and you're also gonna have to learn from them. You can't just do them and then disregard what you learned. That's not gonna be helpful. You're gonna need to give yourself tests to understand whether or not you learned something. If you fail the test, the thing to do is to redo a different study and really try to figure out, well, what is the concept that I'm learning here, and why does it work this way, and how do I break it up into small enough pieces for myself to remember. When I try to do it by myself, I can just pull it out, Feel like a bit like Onion. I don't do too much finished work unless something that's particularly like a challenge. You gotta have your own like drive. You gotta have like, because other people, it's like they just want what they want. You gotta want something that you want. You just like you don't actually want what they want. That's like the kind of the truth of it. You are your own person. If you want something else, you just gotta find what that is. Barry Mullins says do a mixture of both. You should be doing studying and doing what's called personal work. Yeah, agree with that. Just in a tiny hole now, and I need to find that rope again to get back to it. Oh God, these rope metaphors, you're starting to scare me. Day of the rope. I just don't know what it is for me now, but I do what I want. But you gotta know, no, it's like if you knew what you wanted, you would relentlessly pursue it. Because it's like it's not. It is a vague thing. Like it is like for me, it's pretty vague. Like I don't. For me, like the concrete goals are to make enough money to just keep painting everything. Right, that's a concrete goal. But the overarching goals that are like way above that are like, get as more concrete ones are get as good as Rungia, get as good as Craig Mullins, become better than that, set the standard for this type of art. Not that I'm saying I'm gonna do that, but like those are the goals that should kind of exist in your mind. To want to do anything less is just is cucking to status quo. You have to go out there and conquer them with your ideology. You have to be like Arnold. No one knows about weightlifting except when Arnold came out and he was like, "You have to weightlift. It's better than sex. I'm always coming." And so he basically popularized that whole sport. He changed the what's it called. Brad Rigney says something similar. He's like, well, those guys that you're looking up to, they set the standard, right? Before them, the standard was different, right? So that's what you should want to do. You should want to set the standard. And I agree with that. I think that's that far off goal that like you can barely see. I'm just gonna put my drawing pad away. No, that's the opposite of what you should be doing. Should be relentlessly drawing more and more. Anything that gets you to draw more is something you should do. you know, whatever it is. If it's like I just want to do studies and I want to like impress my friends, do that. Just do that. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's just like feeding the homeless with those sandwiches. It doesn't provide a solution to your problems, but it's, you know, it's still like a good action. And at the end of the day, you're getting something out of it. And so, you know, just do that. Keep doing that until you find what it is that really deserves your time and attention. Because it's not an obvious thing. It's not an obvious just conclusion that someone can just give you. It's not gonna, your goals and values are gonna be different than mine. Like the expectation that they're gonna be the same is just like asinine. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough, my boy. Gonna find something that you're bad at drawing and draw that. That's what I do. Find the thing that is challenging. The challenge is worth doing in itself. It's not someone's challenge. It's a challenge that you set for yourself, you know? It's a very big difference. Someone's challenge is like way easier. Your own challenge. Yours are undescribable, really. Or they should be. You know, you have to hold yourself to a much higher standard than, you know, anyone else does, for sure. That is a thing, unless you want to fall into mediocrity. Yeah, challenge yourself. Challenge yourself, man. Find... I don't know, my mind just comes up with random shit I want to draw all the time. I don't know. I have the opposite problem, right? What I want to do is actually, like, not the thing that's in front of me. It's always something else, right? And I have to settle myself down. Because obviously I'd just never finish anything, and that would be problem for me. So I just want to use drawing as a tool. Drawing is a tool, yeah. I just want to draw robots, handsome girls, and fan art. Yeah, do that. Makes you happy, do it. The thing is that your goals change over time. You could start out doing one thing, and then, like, I started out wanting to just draw Yu-Gi-Oh! That's all I wanted to draw. I didn't want to draw, like, any of the shit. I wanted to draw very concrete Yu-Gi-Oh! That's it. Nothing else. But as you go, you get very bored at concreteness, and you want to go to more abstract, like, ideas. Your ideas become more complex because you're adding 1 plus 1 every time, and then the next painting is going to be like some kind of weird solution that you don't know, and like it's going to be very hard. You have no idea what exactly you're doing anymore, and it just like keeps compounding. The more you do, the more bored you get with what you can do. And so, you know, just do whatever you know floats your boat right now, and the rest will come soon. It's never gonna be like, if you just think about it, like you're never gonna like just want to do that forever. It's not gonna sustain you. You're gonna eventually get really, really bored. And so just keep going and see what happens. Think of it another way. If you've ever drawn like a castle or some shit, like the next time you draw a castle, the castle becomes more complicated. It's got different design. Don't draw the same castle, and so now draw that castle like 100 more times, and you're gonna be like, you know, really scratching your head about how to keep yourself engaged with the thing that you're doing. So sometimes the answer is to just not draw a castle. Go draw something different. Yeah, just keep drawing, and you'll end up all right. Greg Mullins says to draw at least 2 or 3 hours a day. You know, that's a good recommendation for a casual. Ha 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 ha! Filthy casual. Ha ha ha! If you want to get good, you have to draw 9 hours. I don't know why I did the Asian dad voice. B minus. How does foster care sound? It's like, yeah. So you know, give yourself space to fail. Draw things you're not good at. Try to limit the scope from anything to a set of things, like things that appear in the real world. That's a pretty big limit. When I started, I spent 2 months not drawing because I didn't know what to draw, and this is kind of it. I just don't. But now I know I can draw. Well, the thing I do when I don't know what to draw is I just start drawing. Something, anything. Doesn't matter what. I just start drawing, and then that triggers whatever it is that, you know, is creativity. Maybe it's boredom. Maybe I start drawing something, I get really bored, and I think like, I'm really bored with this. Maybe I could draw something else. What is that something else? And that thought only comes after I start drawing. It doesn't just come to you. There's no such thing as you just wake up and your asshole is bleeding with ideas. You know, you have to start the process 90% of the time. I don't know why I keep making hemorrhoid jokes. Those are getting like way too saturated. Amount of hemorrhoids jokes over 9,000. form needs to be a bit more pushed. Sorry, this conversation is stupid. I keep getting back in the same problem no matter what anyone tells me to do. Well, yeah, I would start. My thing is always iteration is the answer to all my problems. You know, sometimes it's not as easy as just beat your head into the wall. Like for me, I just have to keep drawing things, and eventually I'll come up with something I actually want to draw. I will get inspired. That's not always the case. You might need like a top-down solution where you kind of figure out what's it called, different way of activating a creative process. But for me, I don't really see what I do as all that creative. I don't think I've ever come up with an original idea. I don't think many people have, to be honest. It's just kind of like my take on a given situation. And so I really don't wait for that big idea to start drawing. I think that's a mistake. I think it was Moorbacher, or maybe Noah Bradley. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. He said some shit like, people who draw from inspiration are never gonna make it as artists. You need to just keep grinding. That's the only way to get good. Because inspiration comes once a year. And so this is like an accomplished artist saying that. And this is something that I've learned to be true. So with or without them, you know, it isn't appeal to authority. It's just kind of true from my experience. You're denying my experiences right now. My lived-in experiences. No, because that's how we usually do things, you know? I would say don't take it too seriously. Maybe the second you stop taking it so seriously, it won't be so bad. I think like I don't want it. Just nose and mouth. Where they went. Oh, I hate when Photoshop does this. You merge it in and you do something and you press Control Z and it erases that step entirely. Yeah, it flattened it out the way I don't. Yeah, much better, but it still needs to be developed. But the eye, I think, is better in this one rather than this one. Maybe not. I don't know. Sometimes I screw up faces. We just find a hobby that tickles my pick goal to actually aim for something. Yeah, could be. Could be, man. Art's not for everybody. My thing is that it's not really... It shouldn't be for everybody. For people that really want to get to the next idea. And it's not a technical skill kind of thing. It's more like a meaning and creativity type of thing. So it might be something like sharks in tanks. That might be the next big thing. Yeah, so, overvaluing technical skill is like one of the canonical sins. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. But not a lot of things make sense to me, so I wouldn't dwell on it, to be honest. I guess it wouldn't make sense to me because for me it's a lot more than that. That's it at the ability to do what I want is what every artist wants to do. That's the crux. That's the crux of being an artist. That's why we get these skills. That's why we grind. It's like that's it. There's no other reason. But to say that doesn't make you competitive, I don't know. Or that means that you don't want to make it. Not sure. Yeah, every artist draws for themselves, I think. I don't think there's anyone out there yeah, I really just want to do freaking I really just want to do advertisements, man. Some shit like that. Some super vapid vapid corporate thing. For the sake of not creating art, but it's like producing product. I don't know. I think art always takes precedence. For me, I'm more like an idealist rather than a principle. I want to be successful, but at the end of the day, the success is only good for one thing, and that's putting my ideology in front. My ideas, my thoughts of what is good, what is bad. Yeah, I doubt anyone is doing something that's not getting good for the sake of being able to do whatever they want. That's kind of the point of even making it in the art field, is so that you can not only do whatever you want, but you can tell other people that what you want is the good. What they want is the bad. Yes. Influence. Sense. Power. most people don't really think about it, but like if you go to like a master artist and they tell you like, hey, I'm gonna do it this way, they're not gonna be like, no, I actually want you to do it in a different way. I feel like that it's kind of the power that artists want, I think, is to be able to action their own voice. Not someone else's voice. And that sort of freedom. Power is freedom. Freedom is power. You know? It doesn't come without a sacrifice of your time. You know, all this other stuff. I'm not even sure I have a goal. So I'm not like, if your solution was the one that works for you, it's not one that, like, my goal is probably as vague as the goal that you just described. The I want to do things my way. What the heck does that mean? So, yeah, I don't know, like, I feel like if I don't have that solution, I don't have that answer, I'm not sure you're gonna just, like, you're just gonna get it. And that's gonna solve your problem. Although, you know, if you do find it, come back and tell me. Because, like, maybe I always like to learn from other people's experiences, but I think maybe just the question is more important than the answer in this case. So seeking the answer might be, you know, the journey, and the answer itself might actually just be coming back to that very, very, very basic. I want to do the things I want to do. I want people to like it. Yeah, that's the best idea, is always to just keep drawing. That is always the best idea. Never take a break. Because those other guys aren't slowing down. They must know the answer to your question. Although I'm not sure. Something drives people. Knowing what drives others will not what's it called? It won't help much though. Because your situation is probably different. So, yeah, the only solution I've always found, I always just go back to, is just keep practicing. Keep practicing. Yeah, no problem. Hey. Thanks for taking little old me into account. You know, it's like a Forrest Gump situation. Just gotta keep running. What is it with me and running metaphors, man? I just like all about the running. I like, sometimes I run, you know, I just go outside and I just feel like running. I don't know why. No idea, really. But yeah, sometimes I just feel like it's going real fast. Maybe it's the anxiety. I don't know. Maybe I watched too many Sonic films. You guys excited? Guys excited for the new Sonic film, Doc? Ah, hell yeah, Sonics. It's me being a little art bitch. Got the action, Yoda. Oh, gotta flip it first. Yeah, I think her chin is still off. I think overall it's gotten a little bit better. It's a slow. Slow process on this. I want to angle it, keep the mouth. Maybe it's the eye being too far away. Maybe that's what it is. It's just too large. Far. I don't know. This face gives me the creeps. Definitely doing it wrong. Yeah, I think it's the eye. I feel like even though the shapes are better now, feels like the eye is off. Maybe that's what it is. This face. Or is it every face? I think I want to turn it back to profile. I think what I want to do is just make it profile. That'll be how I... Yeah, I just wanted to draw Yu-Gi-Oh! In fact, I had like a whole sketch pad where I would just draw Yu-Gi-Oh! Over and 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 over again repeating the same mistake, never doing anything different. Just the most uncreative thing you could imagine. Sometimes you just gotta take a hammer to everything and just like go in there and get fucked up, man. Why did you betray young Vlad? I don't know if it's betrayed. I think it's like the evolution. Just kind of change over time. There's this a priori true but really actually false thought experiment where it's like, well, if you change all your cells over time, like over 7 years, every cell in your body gets replaced, which is bullshit. It's actually certain cells are functionally immortal, so they don't change. Specifically ones that are part of your nervous system. So like the premise is false. Yeah, ever since Yu-Gi-Oh became gay and cringy. Should be asking Yu-Gi-Oh why they made all those what was that XD? Yu-Gi-Oh XD or some shit like that? God, why? Never watched Yu-Gi-Oh, so I don't know. I should at least watch it. I mean, like, oh, you know what? You should just watch the Yu-Gi-Oh Abridged series. Save yourself some time. MacGyver and Knight Rider. I was too old. I was too young for those. We didn't have that. We had Pokemon was the first one that came out. I watched that, and then we had what's it called. I was always a big fan of animation. You know, like Batman, Superman, Justice League. I used to watch all those shows. I didn't read comics, but like, I watched the Justice League and stuff. We didn't have superhero shows like that. Aw. Yeah, we had Batman Beyond. Batman Beyond was kind of cool. I guess the only animation I do remember is Samurai Jack. Yeah, Samurai Jack was awesome. It's Tartakovsky, I think, right? Yeah, that dude's brilliant. Yeah, I was too young for MacGyver and Knight Rider, but I understood more about those than Dragon Ball Z. Well, the premise was much more simple than convoluted Japanese anime. Halo, Master. But none of those games are Rust. So, not worth playing. You know, sometimes the you from before screwed up so badly that there is no hope of saving the piece. And so, kind of just gotta take a hammer, start beating on it. Something good pops out. Sometimes that means redrawing parts. That's okay as long as you get it in the end. And I think I'm going to. Sometimes it just takes a little bit longer to get where you're going. Gotta take the long way sometimes. It'll be more worth it in the end. God, past me is such a dickhead. What was he even doing here? You have a you ever have a problem with like what is this guy code? What is this guy doing? This is why I gotta keep the sobriety. One glass of wine and I just like I lose all accountability. Let's go into like this, like, well, it was because I was drunk, haha. XD. It's like no, clearly don't understand a concept here. But like, what was it? How do I figure out how to shit it properly? Okay, more drawing with referencing. That's what I need here. Because this is like this space that I've invented needs to be brought into reality. But yeah, it's funny how your like artistic tastes change over time. I think like if they don't change, that's a problem. Like if you're still drawing Yu-Gi-Ohs when you're like, you know, 40, maybe that's like an unhealthy obsession. Maybe that's more like a special interest. I just really love Sonichu. It's a really great character, man. That's all I'm saying. I hop around so much, I don't know if I'm learning maybe you're learning everything, just a little bit of it all. To know all things is the goal. Omniscience for the sake of omniscience. Uh yeah, I need a reference because I can't pull this one out. But it's always important to try. Try. Give yourself room to fail. Constellation. Looks very manly. Yes. Soften a lot. She has like, she looks like what's it called, Jay Leno, the talk show host, right now. That is. Okay, let me grab a reference. Woman's side profile. God. That is definitely an. Oh crap. Hmm. Those might be enough for now. Sometimes you just gotta photo bash it in. Like, quick now. All right. Yeah, sometimes you gotta nuke a design from orbit. Because otherwise it'll keep repeating. And influencing. It's like you have a whole bunch of shit on your canvas. And like you can't move your mouse or brush without getting the shit all over your brush. You know, sometimes you just gotta, you know, not shit on your canvas. First tip, I guess. It's a pretty self-evident one. But like, yeah, if you already took a dump, you gotta clean it up. Nothing you can do. I think coming to terms with failure is very difficult, especially in the process of. That's like the hardest. Say that, okay, I have failed here. What now? And some people can't do it, so you gotta like just say, I'm done with this, you know. I'm gonna see that. It'll take me shorter time to just start something new. Can't keep running away. It's not gonna work. Especially like client focused. Gotta finish. Coming to terms with failure makes you a stronger person. Ha! Because you can learn from your mistakes. You acknowledge them. And that's growth. In a nutshell. Just like its creator. here, one there. And then it's just nip tuck till the end. But if the base sucks, then yeah. What do you mean just like its creator? I don't understand. That's interesting. Not mine. Mine points somewhere else. You think they photoshopped it? Yeah, I think the neck is in the wrong position. You're right. Hey, not today, Junior. What's up, dude? I'm fixing a face right now. I have been fixing a face. It's a difficult problem though, so it usually takes me a while. So I'm just being patient and writing it out as usual. Alright, man. Have fun. Yeah, working is good. Tips for new artists. Yeah, draw every day. Don't be afraid to challenge yourself with things you don't usually draw. I don't know, those are usually the things, you know? It's like I don't think there's much of anything other than, you know, do studies. Studies are good. Observational drawing is good. Draw a lot. Draw a lot. I said that already. Lot. Yeah, that's all there is to it. There's no magic tricks. Oh, don't buy into whenever someone tells you they got a really great way for you to become a super pro. Because if they did, there was a surefire way to do it, you know, everyone would be doing it. copy your clips. A lot of artists. Who is a lot of artists? If you want to do something specific in art, like comics or portraits, do that. You see yourself lacking in something, study that. Yeah, a lot of artists. Experts agree. That's one of those, what do you call that? Something statements. They have that as like one of the criteria for editing Wikipedia is that you can't make those. A lot of artists. I would agree with a lot of artists. I think a lot of artists have it right there. Do the things that you like, yeah. It's my maxim rephrased, for sure. I think I'm part of a lot of artists, actually. I didn't even know I was part of this group. There's not any, you know, I think like even realizing that there's no like direct path to get good is like in itself a very useful conclusion. I want to cut the eyebrows just a little bit. There are many ways to the top of Mount Fuji. For some people, it's observation. I think it's because it's the most common way, I guess. It's common. Most artists do this. Why we privilege observation. Maybe. Maybe it's because it's very difficult to go through any other way. Gotta be flexible. Alright, man. Have a good time. Get some work done. Joy. Too serious. Yeah, drawing is fun. You gotta do what's fun, but you also gotta do the meat and potatoes, you know? Just studying. It's a good way of starting out, I think. Constantly studying. Because I'm constantly trying to learn something. Like, Ixie just picked out something good. That's a learnable moment that the neck angles towards the eye. Very learnable. Pick out something about the chin. That'd be great too. I think after all our talk, I have something to aim at. A smaller scope at least. Hey, yeah. Glad you found something useful. It's always great. Yeah, no problem. No props. I bet it was the Yu-Gi-Oh! It's all about the Yu-Gi-Ohs, man. It's all about the Yu-Gi-Ohs. I am a drawing only Yu-Gi-Oh now. It's how great artists get started. Yeah. Great artists. I've heard very similar stories. I believe Carla Ortiz, one of my favorite artists, got started by drawing animes. Yaoi fangirl for sure. Just not measure. Yeah, the more tools you have at your disposal, better. Every time you draw something, you should be picking up some kind of tool. like measuring with your finger. Put your finger up to the screen and like use it as a measuring tool. Sometimes you gotta bring it closer so you get the exact shape. You gotta bring it over there. That'll help you measure a little bit, you know. Not exact, but good enough. Alright, I think I implemented some of the shapes. That one. I think I'll take a break from that reference. Some other reference. That would help a lot, I think. That eye. I want to move this eye. Hey, Gun, what's up, dude? How's it going, man? Yeah, I kind of nuked it. Felt like it was in the wrong. It's going really badly. There's too many errors to deal with in like any amount of time, so I thought I'd just start again. Many times, yeah. I've gone through like various iterations. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit to kind of perfect it. But it's in a much more human state right now than it was before. Still needs work. But that is okay. Yeah. How's your day? At train reserve unit. Gotcha. Gotcha. I was wondering why you were in here. I was like, man, then it's not. They must be working. But yeah, eventually I'll get some more cute features into her. But for now, I would be very happy if I could get the skull to be correct. I think it's just about there. Like what you did with hair. Oh yeah, still figuring it out, but yeah, I think so. Much better. So tomorrow is an all-day training event. Train NCOs how to do a warehouse inspection. Sounds convoluted. Convoluted. Need to call it a day, guys. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for coming by, Onion. Thanks for the conversation. Hope you find your goals. Enjoy your day. Thinking about a scope. Yeah, have a good one, man. I'll be here working around with the base. At least for a little bit more. I want to get it to a slightly better place before I call it a day with this painting. I want to make her a little younger. She aged a little bit as I drew her. Yeah, got a bunch of shit done. But like most of the work has been. Alright, sometimes faces take a while, my dude. And I can see her taking a little bit longer. Female faces are pretty hard. It is no joke. Especially if you don't get it right in the beginning, then like you have to redo it. Gotcha. Yeah, female drawings are very difficult. I guess I should be good at them by now, but yeah. Kind of a difficult thing. Figure as long as I get there in the end, then we're good. Yeah. It's gonna take a bit. Still, it's much better. It's going much better than the previous stream. Felt like I was hitting a brick wall because of the starting point. Cool. I'll have to stay on a little bit. Make sure everything's ooch. But yeah, from the previous version, like you could kind of see that her head was her skull shape was not human. It's like other type of skull. I cleaned up the gnome or halfling a little bit, and constantly working on that one dude in the back. The dwarf got a little bit of a cleaning. Yeah, it's a bunch of stuff. It's a bunch of stuff. Probably do is maybe tilt her head a little. Cause I like where it's going. Yeah, this head was really not really like no. Right, but I'm sure it's not in like. You ever see those that movie with the the eggheads. I don't remember what it was called, but this is what she looks like to me. But why is Donald Trump here? What? Why? But yeah, when I look at her, I can clearly see that there's a problem with the head there. You've never seen the Egghead movie? It's like a group of aliens that Egghead movie. Group of aliens that come yeah, the Coneheads, dude. You've never seen this? It's like a classic film. Call them eggs, but other cones, I guess. It's like one of the best movies ever made. That's that actor. One of my favorite actors. Can't remember his name. God. Dan Aykroyd? I never remember his name. Good comedy actor. I think he died. Was that another guy? Yeah, I think that was another guy. Yeah, this guy. Very nice comedy actor. I like him a lot. You know what it is? You just never watched it? I highly suggest it. It's a good movie. Well, comedy-wise, they don't really make them like they used to. I think it just needs to be bent a little bit, and the eye needs to be less dead. But otherwise, I think the crux of it is get there. The head has a distinctly, what's it called? Now we can make it more angular. That's not a big deal. It's already very not a big deal. But I wouldn't want her head to be over here. That would be a mistake. Difference between, you know, mistaking well, where is her skull? Like here? Kind of weird human thing. I don't know. There's a problem there. I see it. Yeah, so it needs to be fixed. And then later on we can like go around with design and stuff, but some of these things not negotiable. Has to look good, realistic, not space alien from the planet of the cone. It's definitely a thing that'll tank any cover. If someone can make a pun like that, just rest in peace. Harold Ramis in Ghostbusters with him died. So worried about offending pussies. I think there was yeah, I think there was a famous actor who died recently. Now, I want to bring up the cuteness factor and the age down a little bit, but yeah. The head being here, very important. And we'll probably change the size of it to better reflect. So, because I usually go a little bit, I make it a little smaller. It's actually a little close. Modern comedy, which is why it isn't funny. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are just too afraid to make any sort of. Ah, shit. Oh, I forgot her phone. Hold on. Oh. I have like alarm on my phone. Go to work. It's like my old phone. Time to go. All right, let me get an orange juice. Oh. I love post Costco fucking dates. It's like you have all this stuff that needs to be. Yeah, developed her costume a little bit. Thrilled. Yeah. Not sold on the huge thing. On the huge thing off the top of the sleeve, like some World of Warcraft. Maybe sleeve. This thing or one or World of Warcraft shoulder pad, best design. Gotcha. I think I can reel it in. Not have it problem. Yep, up to you. I want it to look kind of like a futuristic version of a ballroom gown. Oh yeah, she'll be cute. Make her an Eastland. Man, I bet my base is getting raided in Rust right now. I hope they murder my tower because I gotta rebuild it anyway. I kind of want to get raided. You're a scrub anyway. Try trying to defend it. Hurry, I get to use the SAR. I have like one SAR. I'm pretty good with the semi-auto pistol. Like, that's my gun of choice. It's cheap. It's lightweight. I can shoot 90 meters with it, apparently. We were doing a raid yesterday, but we were trying to online them. And, like, I hit a guy shooting me with an AK, like, 4 times from the, what's it called? From the range of 90 or something meters. He was like a tiny pix. He was like this big on my screen. Not even like this big. 90 meters, and I was like, pop! Like his body and my crosshair were like about the same. Like I couldn't see him if I put the crosshair on him, and that's how I knew it was gonna hit him. I was very surprised that what's called, but once I got close, I couldn't hit him at all. Like for some reason, it's really hard to hit people that are like, I guess because the amount of movement they do on the screen, I guess. Like when they're close, they can move much faster. But if they're like really far, it just looks like they're standing still, even though they've moved the same amount. Just be glad only scrubs play Rust. It's not true. Some of these people are like freaking aimbots, aimbot marksmen. But yeah, here I think I could start. modifying the face to fit a design features what I want. Features, the colors. The expression. Basically, it's the fun part of any design. First, you gotta do the hard work. Hopefully, you get a very nice sketch. Kind of improve. And then, you know, going forward, referencing kind of what makes for more space, more cute. What's it called? But yeah, if you just do one and not the other, it becomes kind of like an even worse abomination. So always gotta be kind of on the lookout. Kind of close. I'm writing a book of I don't know, kind of like Stone Age culture for touch telepathic bird. Huh. Flintstone. With telepathy. More primitive than the Flintstones? Yeah, the Flintstones had like gadgets and stuff. They had dinosaur. They had dinosaur stool working for 'em. Ironically, I'm not sure if that's ironic. Ironically, the arrival of our protagonists and the two scientists are going to have a major impact on society and technology. Yeah, that seems like, obviously. There's a good game called Star Ocean for the PlayStation, about like a spacefaring civilization, and like one of the tenets was that you don't interfere with the evolution of other what's it called, other civilization. There was another one. There was Animorphs. That one also had like a non. Okay. Don't be correct. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Bucko. I actually talk about the this whole Star Trek stuff in the book. Oh yeah, I think Star Trek on the Enterprise also had like a non-interference type of thing, right? Yeah, I didn't watch Star Trek though, so freaking boomer TV, man. I don't know. Doctors need help with the angels. Yeah, and Animorphs, one of the high tier race in the book, those freaking centaurs gave the Yeerks the mind control things, the ability to travel from their planet It's actually kind of like I'm kind of a weird book. Yeah, and so these guys became invaders. And that after that they stopped sharing technology with people. Because this was a mistake. Let's see, where's my ref? I gotta clean up the lips a little bit more. This one's good at this. Very thin lips. Oh yeah, there's no question about there's a lot of mistakes in that sketch. That's the point of sketching. Get your ideas down roughly. But you're not supposed to stick with it. You're supposed to prove it. Sometimes you can't develop past a certain point. There's a kind of like a disconnect. You can either A, you know, accept it and just like finish it, then you're just polishing a turd. Or you can do what I do and be very brave and venture into chaos. Venture into chaos. Chaos! Wow, Darkness, you're so brave, referencing an image. Wow. Yeah, some people aren't. Hey, I didn't used to be brave. I used to just polish shirts all the time. And like I just keep going till the end. I would never change up. I'd be like, hey, you know what? This painting is finished. And it's like, yeah, it sucks. It's like you didn't, you know, try your damnedest. It's all about that, I think. Yeah. You know who's not brave? People who don't play Rust with me and my army of 12-year-olds. Those people aren't brave at all. Coward! Coward! Bite me, you coward! I always yell at that at people playing Rust. Sometimes they turn around. They bite me. Yeah, okay, sorry, 12-year-olds aren't my kryptonite. That's probably why I'm so bad at writing. Yeah, these 12-year-olds. We're trying to fight the 12-year-olds with the 14-year-olds. Yeah, I'm starting to design it a little bit more. But yeah, the difference is very clear. I would rather be a coward. Okay, well, yeah, I guess you're a coward. Got him. Rip. Coward. Y'all mad because Rust is a good game. I'm probably bad at it. Yes, why do you have to be mad? There is no reason to be upset. It's only game. It's only game. Why you have to be mad? I love orange juice. Orange juice is the best. Global empire is expanding. Who else have you swindled into buying your book? Just kidding. Where are you selling now? Egypt? Israel? Malaysia? Australia. And, oh, the French are reading your book? Wait, so they buy it in English? Wow. Wow. Most Europeans learn English as children. Huh. I think they learn it in like university. Yeah. It's kind of nice. We are the dominant culture and our language is most important. We were learning it in elementary school. Huh. West. What is... Oh, that's the good Europe. Yeah. Yeah, most of these like most Eastern Europeans try to learn English university because it's just a very useful skill. Very useful. Get money off it. God, I hate lips. Not sure I fully grasp the deep lips. the rate I'm going, I'll have 4 books released here. Wow, that's pretty prolific. Regular RL9. Sounds like a lot, man. A lot of writing. What amazes me is that you find a time to do that. Also have like a regular job. Finished on October. There's done at the end of the year, and I'm half done. Gosh, and the 4th book is just unwritten. Still plenty of time, I guess. Yeah, a little at a time is the way to go. I agree. Nose bridge. Nose bridge haunts me. The nose ridge and the lip. Yep, wait. Legenda 1. Ah. Giving yourself enough time to edit. that would be. Stick with full profile. Editing and a cover. At least one after another. I would build a bit of anticipation. Yeah, I think it would be good. Release one. See what the feedback is like. What time? Rust. I gotta get some of this done, and then I gotta get the painting done. So probably like 6. Welcome, 12-year-old army. Damn, work interfering with gaming time. Well, the good news is that I got so much freaking gaming time yesterday that I don't need any for like a whole while. Yeah, I just felt like vegging out. Don't worry, like my wife let me have it. Freaking, you have a little bit of time to yourself, and it's like the useless man. Here he is. And just like fucking. Where's the work? Not doing any work. Yeah, it'll definitely get done. I know it'll be completed. But yeah, I would be worried. I would be worried. Just took a day off. Oh, yeah, so that's legitimate. Don't worry. I'm gonna run off for money. Gonna be, what's it called? Good Archie. Or at least try to. You know, I'm gonna try to make up for the time that I wasted yesterday. Yeah. I would be worried if it was May 18th. And this is where you were while taking days off. Haha. You're releasing your book on my birthday? Cool. Good to know. And my mother's maiden name is... Oh, June 16th? Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be done way before that. Yeah, no biggie. Yep. Well, probably. See. Everything goes according to plan. Oh wow, she's home already? It's like 5 o'clock. God damn, dude. What? Oh yeah. No, her like I don't want to give her like a crocodile nose. I want to give her a cute nose. Yeah, that might be. art direction from all directions. Yeah, I want to evolve her from. Give her. Very dainty and be here hammering away. Hammer. Here. Good. Basically has the right palette for the rest of the character. I just need to just pop up this. you'll get free. Yeah. I had a bad dream that our base got brick. Like, they got TC, they got treasure rooms, they got everything. And they went through the roof. So morning I like logged on. It's like I'm gonna up. Fuck. Rather spend the. Rather spend this not yet. Probably up. Change the should probably change the honeycombing to like metal too. And then that'll be double protection. So it's armored, and then it's gonna have like metal, and it's 40 rockets. You wanna break into my base? You're gonna have to pay for it. Get all those semi-pistols. Totally not worth it. Cool. But yeah. Let's see what else. We see pink vest. Feel like I need fabric. I'm gonna cut in. I'm gonna cut paste into that actually. I'm gonna take some of the texture. I'm just gonna borrow. And I'm gonna maximize for might use that texture instead. Much more lifelike. More real. What's this pink? I think that's pink. Что там кот хрумает? That's great. So that I yeah, it's gonna be fine, I think. I think I did my job right. The other thing is that this pink is a little bit too flesh colored for my liking. Like, got it. My paint some of this. Kind of frill here. But I'm gonna give her shoulders. Fair. Okay. Now that we're in profile view, I think I have to adjust where her junk is. Because before it was a little bit more. let's- um, draw some overlapping side here. These fucking lips. Gonna take me a while. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. No, they're gonna be. Episode. Yeah, I am going slow because I'm also doing like side projects. Do this. Sometimes I run out of energy, so like in lieu of doing nothing. I think it's better use of time. So it's yeah, fixing her face was like I fixed him up a little bit, you know. Like the dark eye sockets up a little bit. Kind of like design here. What I might do is I might take part of it. Yeah, put in design a bit. No, just not. want the the pink. The color. Yeah, I feel like there's a better design in there. I'll have to like dig for it. But it's a good start to have some of it come from other places. Sometimes I do better. Who knows? We'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break from this one. Some painting for the ornament. I think I'm running late. I gotta check when it's due. Hopefully it's not too crazy, because I think they know that most of us have like work to do. They're kind of cognizant of that fact. The ornament, yes. Yeah, I agree. The name is great. I'm actually not sure if it's ornament or but I think yeah, the guy running it is his name is Bjorn. Anyway, yeah. That's it for my poor memory tells me the 22nd. What's the date? There's the 13th. That's way more time than I need. Okay. Yeah, so big changes, big changes. Mostly their clothing. Elsa's face. I think I'll make her head a little bit bigger to match the other characters. I think that's the last thing I want to do before I put this. worked upwards. Try that again. Elsie. Elise. Son of a motherless goat. Or, your insults are like those of the, I'm the son of a humble, what's this called? What was this? Cheesemonger? Something merchant. Yeah, now that it just needs a bit of a neck reduction, I think. Otherwise, Elsie is looking good. Or at least might need to cut her hair a little bit here. But pretty good. Yeah, right now she's my favorite. Yes, my favorite. It's from the movie Three Amigos. Oh yeah. I like that movie. Diametrically different. No. Dark snow. That's like dark gold, but it's I don't know. Thing. Yeah, a little bit of this. Maybe that'll be where I start. Let's see. Yeah. Complete. It's only a work in progress. You should be able to kind of see what I'm thinking. I want to lower the size. There. Have it here in text. How do I draw there? Just kind of roof that whole. Yeah, I'm gonna just look up what a bear looks like instead of torturing myself. Perfect. Spirit Doge, yeah. That's what that was. My true spirit animal. Spirit Doge. I highly recommend you have the bear standing. Yeah, I don't think it'll fit in the composition. That's what I kind of had with him standing up. Fitting. Composition is basically everything. Unfortunate sacrifice. It was up to me and have him stand up, but I also want to be large enough for you to see him. behind the bomb. I think this is fine. I think what I want is no, just an angry bear. That, but also keep kind of in the composition. I like it. I like how angry the bear is. It's keeping with our theme of angry animals. As long as it I want them to be kind of translucent. Or he can be. Smell you later. Catch you later, dude. On top of the lady, put one spirit raven. Maybe. I do need something to like keep you from traveling outside. Yeah, have fun when you're meeting. Maybe. It's turning into a menagerie though. Gotta be careful not to let it. $5,000 spirit animals. All about being a very clear composition. That are bothering me. I want it to be like one of those hoes. You know, the thing you kind of gather the hay with. That'll be good. Maybe it could also be like a see-through thing. Kind of like the mix of brown. Alright. Ramen break. A little bit. lost a little bit my my photo plate while doing ghost mining. Probably what I'll do is I'll probably grab the photo plate. Yeah, I want to have him very imposing. This ball charging at you. Or maybe just standing, I don't know. Like it's already too action packed. There's also gun suggestion. Give him like bare arms. I'm happy, bro. I'm a bear. I don't think that. Definitely want like the rock here. Yeah, something like that. And I want to maybe Photoshop some trees, maybe not. I feel like the trees are pretty okay. Not sure about this bird. Yeah, there's too much stuff going on in the comp. Think about it. Maybe. I feel like it adds something. Keeps your eyes from like just going out. I think. Does this thing where just the composition back. That's what I ultimately what I want is to make it so that you do this thing. Maybe I have like porches here. A little will-o'-the-wisps, you know? Gives it that lighting. And then yeah, it's definitely could have this. All right, I got a little bit done. I think Yo. But otherwise, guys, I think it's going the right way. Might even what I might want to do is I'm gonna just like players that don't get stuff, and this is gonna be all this stuff. Search at. So I have heck there. Yeah. What do I want to do? All right. I'm thinking like I could legit cut them off a little bit. Won't suffer even if I cut off. So. Rawr! Babushka and her pets are coming. You better watch out. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Babushka is coming to town. I'm out of juice though. Totally out. No more juice. So I'm gonna take a break. I think. Please come by tomorrow for your daily Babushka programming. And give someone a little tiny hope, real quick. And then we'll peace out. Pop, 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 pop. Let's give Bjorn a host. I don't know if that's kind of a joke, but yeah. Anyway, thanks for coming by, guys. Appreciate you. Hope to see you tomorrow. Laters.